Come now and find your rest. The day is done. The world outside, with all its noise and all its hurry, has finally released its hold on you. Let it fall away, a heavy cloak slipping from your shoulders, pooling silently on the floor. There is nothing you need to hold on to now, nothing you need to solve or plan or remember. There is only this moment, this quiet, protected space. Find the position that feels most comfortable to you, the one that signals to every muscle, every bone, that it is time for peace. Allow your head to feel heavy and supported. Let your arms rest softly at your sides, your hands open and relaxed. Feel the gentle weight of the blankets over you, a soft, warm pressure that is both a comfort and an anchor. And now, let us begin with the breath. There is no need to change it, no need to force it. Simply notice it. Notice the cool air as it enters, a soft whisper traveling inward, filling you with stillness. And notice the gentle release as it leaves, warm and slow, carrying with it the last remnants of the day. Breathe in, a quiet tide of calm. And breathe out, letting go completely. With each breath, feel your body growing heavier, sinking deeper into a state of profound rest. The small tensions you carry in your jaw, in your shoulders, in the space between your brows, let them dissolve. Imagine them as tiny knots of thread, and with each exhale, a single thread is gently pulled loose until the knot simply ceases to be. The sounds from beyond your room begin to fade. They become distant, unimportant murmurs. The only sound that matters now is the rhythm of your own breathing, the soft, steady beat of your own heart, a lullaby played just for you. You are safe here. You are at peace. And in this peace, we are going to begin a journey. Not a journey of effort or exertion, but a journey of quiet observation, a gentle drifting through the deep, starlit corridors of time. We are going to visit the halls of the lost gods. Think of human belief as a great, sprawling landscape. Across this land, for millennia, great rivers of faith have carved their paths. Some are mighty and wide, still flowing with immense power today, their currents shaping the lives of millions. We know their names, their stories, their sacred places. But tonight, our path leads away from these great rivers. We are seeking the older channels, the ancient riverbeds that are now dry and filled with whispering dust. These are the faiths whose waters have long since changed their course, sinking into the earth or merging with other, younger streams. We do not come here to mourn them as failures or to study them as relics. We come with a quiet reverence, as one might walk through a forest of ancient, sleeping trees. For these beliefs are not truly gone. Like ancient rivers, they did not vanish. They simply transformed. Their waters seeped into the soil, nourishing the roots of the stories that would grow later. Their currents left behind the smooth, polished stones of archetypes. The Sky Father, the Earth Mother, the clever trickster, the dying and resurrecting God. Their echoes still shape the landscapes of our modern myths, our dreams, our most beloved tales of fantasy and adventure. They are the whispering dust, and if you listen, if you become still enough, you can hear their stories on the quiet air of the night. Let your mind drift now. Let it float away from your room, away from the here and now. We are traveling to a place that is both nowhere and everywhere, a sanctuary of memory. Imagine yourself standing at the entrance to a vast, ancient cave, sheltered from the winds of time. The sun has long set, and the world is bathed in the deep, velvet blue of twilight. Above you, a river of stars is beginning to flow across the heavens, each point of light a silent witness to ages you can scarcely imagine. The air here is cool and still, carrying the scent of dry earth, of cold stone, and something else, something ancient and sacred, like the smell of old incense clinging to the walls of a forgotten temple. You step inside, into the deep, protective dark, and in the center of this cavern, a fire is burning. It is a small, gentle fire, not a roaring blaze. Its flames are the color of warm honey and deep amber. They sway and dance in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, casting long, soft shadows that move like gentle giants upon the cave walls. Listen to the sound of the fire, a soft, rhythmic crackle and pop, a quiet, comforting song that has been sung to humanity since the dawn of our consciousness. Feel its warmth on your skin, a gentle, radiant heat that soaks into you, chasing away any lingering chill. You settle down on the smooth, cool stone floor, a safe distance from the flames, and you simply watch. You watch the embers at the base of the fire glow like a dragon's hoard, pulsing with a soft inner light. You watch the sparks that rise on currents of warm air, little constellations that flicker and fade as they ascend into the darkness above. This fire is our focal point. It is the heart of our journey. Let its gentle, ever-changing light hold your attention. Let its soft, crackling voice be the only sound you hear. As your eyes adjust to the dim light, you begin to see them. On the great, curving walls of the cave, the firelight is revealing ancient paintings. These are the first stories, the first attempts to give form to the great mysteries of the world. The figures are painted in red ochre and black charcoal. You see herds of immense, shaggy beasts, their forms so full of life that you can almost feel the thunder of their hooves. You see hunters, stick-thin and graceful, their bows drawn taut. But among them, you see other figures, figures that are not quite human, not quite animal. There is a being with the powerful body of a bison and the upright stance of a man. Another has the wise, ancient face of an owl, its great eyes seeming to look directly at you from across the millennia. Another wears the antlers of a stag, a crown of the wild forest. These are not mere records of a hunt. They are prayers made visible. They are the faces of the first gods, the spirits of the forest, the masters of the herds, the silent, watching souls of the deep earth. Their names are lost to us now, spoken only by the wind that sighs over their burial mounds. Their rituals are forgotten, their ceremonies dissolved by the endless rain of centuries. But here, in the gentle, flickering light of the fire, they are not gone. They are not dead. They are dreaming. The firelight animates them, makes their painted limbs seem to move. The great bison man seems to shift his weight. The owl spirit seems to blink its wide, knowing eyes. The stag lord seems to breathe in the cool, cavern air. They are the first whisper in the dust, the primal belief that we are not alone in this world, that the wind and the trees, the beasts and the stones are all filled with a life and a spirit far older and greater than our own. You feel a profound sense of connection, a deep and peaceful understanding that you are part of this long, unbroken chain of human wonder. You are a keeper of the fire, just as they were. Let the warmth of the fire and the silent presence of these ancient figures soothe you. Let the dancing shadows lull you into a deeper state of relaxation. There is nothing to fear here. This is a place of origins, a place of deep, quiet truth. Breathe in the scent of the fire and the ancient stone. Breathe out and let the story continue to unfold. Now, let the image of the cave slowly, gently dissolve. The firelight fades, but its warmth remains with you. The air around you changes. It grows warmer, drier. The scent of stone is now joined by the fragrance of dry grasses and the faint, sweet perfume of a flower blooming in the shade. You find yourself standing in the heart of a ruin under the heat of a midday sun, but you feel no discomfort. A gentle, cooling breeze moves through the broken archways, a soft sigh that stirs the dust. You are standing within the crumbling walls of what was once a great temple. Great, silent pillars of sun-bleached stone reach for a brilliant blue sky, their tops broken and jagged. Intricate carvings, their sharp edges softened by centuries of wind and sand, cover what remains of the walls. You can trace the patterns with your eyes, swirling lines, geometric shapes, and the faces of beings with serene, unreadable expressions. Look at the floor. It is made of massive, fitted stones, now cracked and uneven, with hardy green plants pushing their way up through the gaps. And everywhere, there is a fine, golden dust. It coats every surface, settling in the hollows of the carvings, filling the cracks in the floor. A single, brilliant shaft of sunlight lances down through a hole in the ruined roof, illuminating the air in its path. And in this column of light, a million tiny motes of dust are dancing. Watch them. Focus on this slow, silent, beautiful ballet. They swirl and drift on invisible currents of air. They rise and fall in lazy, graceful patterns. Some catch the light and glitter like tiny jewels, particles of gold, of mica, of crushed pottery, of sun-baked brick. Each one is a tiny fragment of the past, a microscopic piece of a priest's robe, a grain of pollen from a garland of flowers laid on the altar, a flake of pigment from a fresco that has long since flaked away. This is the dust of memory, each particle a story, each glimmer a prayer. The gods who were worshipped here had names, had families, had complex and beautiful histories. Their statues may be broken, their altars overturned, but their essence remains in this whispering dust. You reach out your hand, not to touch, but simply to feel the sacredness of the space. You can almost hear the echoes of what was, the soft shuffle of sandals on the stone floor, the low, resonant chant of a forgotten hymn, the clink of a ceremonial vessel. These sounds are not in the air, but in the memory of the stone itself. This temple was not abandoned in anger or defeat. Its people simply changed. A new story arrived, carried by traders on a dusty road or by soldiers from a conquering land. And the new story resonated with the old one. The people saw the face of their sun god in the face of a new deity. They heard the voice of their goddess of the harvest in the promises of a new faith. This is the way of the river. One belief flows into another, a process of gentle merging we call syncretism. The old gods do not die in a great final battle. They simply lie down to sleep. They lend their features, their symbols, their sacred places to the new ones. The goddess of the moon becomes a holy saint who watches over the night. The sacred spring of a nature spirit becomes a place of healing pilgrimage in a new religion. The names change, but the deep human need for the divine remains. The dust settles, but the stories it is made of are simply reformed, retold, and reborn. You feel a deep sense of peace in this ruin. It is not a place of sadness, it is a place of transition, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and our endless quest for meaning. The dancing dust motes are a celebration, a quiet, shimmering testament to all that was and all that has become. Let the silent dance of the dust fill your mind's eye. Let it be the only thing you see, a slow, swirling galaxy of memory, glittering in a shaft of sacred light. It is peaceful, it is beautiful, and it is pulling you deeper, deeper into a state of complete and total rest. The sunbeam begins to fade as a cloud passes over the sun. The ruin grows dim. The dust motes vanish into the soft gray light. And once again, the scene dissolves around you, as gently as smoke. The air grows cool again, crisp and clear. The scents of dust and stone are replaced by the clean, sharp fragrance of a high desert at night. You are now standing on a vast, open plain. The earth beneath your feet is dark and cool. Before you, a range of low, sleeping mountains cuts a jagged silhouette against the horizon. But it is the sky that commands your attention. There is no moon, and you are so far from any city, from any artificial light, that the sky is a fathomless, overwhelming ocean of stars. You have never seen a sky like this. The Milky Way is not a faint, hazy band. It is a brilliant, churning river of light, so thick with stars it looks like spilled cream. Constellations you thought you knew are lost in a glittering tapestry of a billion other suns. You see the deep purple and blue smudges of distant nebulae, the birthplaces of new stars. You see the occasional breathtaking streak of a shooting star, a silent silver scar that heals in an instant. The silence here is absolute. It is a living silence, so profound that you can almost hear the turning of the earth. You feel utterly small, and yet, at the same time, you feel an immense sense of belonging. You are a part of this. The very elements that make up your body were forged in the heart of a star, just like one of these. You lie back on the cool, dark earth, and you simply gaze upward. You watch as the great celestial river flows slowly, imperceptibly, across the sky. This is the ultimate clock, the timepiece by which mountains are raised and eroded, by which oceans are born and die, by which religions rise and fall. The people who lived here, in this vast and silent land, saw their gods in this sky. Each star was a hero, a monster, a sacred animal. The movements of the planets were the journeys of the gods themselves, their celestial dance spelling out the fate of the world below. Their temples were not built of stone, but of observation. Their sacred texts were not written on scrolls, but in the precise and predictable mathematics of the heavens. They built great, open-air observatories, aligned perfectly to greet the sun on the solstice, or to mark the rising of a particular star that signaled the time for planting or for harvest. Their faith was a grand, cosmic harmony, a deep understanding that the patterns of their lives on Earth were a reflection of the much greater patterns written in the stars. Where are those gods now? Their names are known only to a few scholars who can decipher the glyphs on a weathered calendar stone. But their legacy is everywhere. It is in the names we still give to the planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter. It is in the zodiac that still finds its way into our daily lives. It is in our enduring fascination with the cosmos, our relentless drive to explore the stars and understand our place within them. The star gods did not fall from the sky. They were simply absorbed into the science of astronomy. Their divine will was translated into the universal laws of physics. The mystery did not vanish. It was simply given a new language. The awe remains. The wonder is eternal. As you lie there, watching the slow, majestic wheel of the cosmos turn above you, A profound sense of calm settles over your entire being. The worries and concerns of your own life seem so distant, so small when measured against this scale. Every problem, every fear, every attachment dissolves into the vast, silent emptiness between the stars. There is only this, the cool earth beneath you, the infinite, glittering sky above you, and the gentle, steady rhythm of your own breath, a tiny, perfect echo of the great, silent rhythms of the universe. Feel yourself becoming lighter, as if you could simply float upward and join the river of stars. Let go of your body. Let go of your thoughts. You are pure awareness, drifting in a sea of silent, ancient light. The stories of the lost gods are all around you. They are in the whisper of the wind over the plains. They are in the memory of the fire-warmed cave. They are in the motes of dust dancing in the ruins. They are in the cold, distant light of the stars. They are not gone. They are the bedrock of our world. They are the soil from which our own stories grow. They are the dreamers in the stone, the whispers in the dust. And tonight, we will listen to their dreams. We will let their ancient, quiet voices guide us into our own. This journey is just beginning. In the chapters to come, we will walk the torchlit paths of Eleusis, stand before the eternal flames of Persia, and wander through the misty, jungle temples of the feathered serpent. But for now, for right now, there is only rest. Let the image of the starry sky be the last one you hold. Let it expand until it fills everything. There are no edges, no boundaries. Only a deep, peaceful, velvet darkness, sprinkled with the diamond dust of a billion sleeping suns. You are drifting now, floating in this cosmic sea, safe, calm, and completely at peace. Breathe in the stillness of deep space, and breathe out as you let yourself drift into a deep and restorative sleep. And now, as you float in the endless, velvet ocean of space, a sea of sleeping stars, allow one of those distant lights to draw your attention. Let it be a single point of diamond dust, indistinguishable from the countless others that surround you in this peaceful, silent cosmos. But as you watch it, as your awareness settles upon it with gentle curiosity, it begins to change. It brightens, not with a sudden flash, but with a slow, steady pulse, like a heart of light beginning to beat in the deep darkness. The cold, silver white of distant starlight warms, shifting through pale ivory to the soft, welcoming gold of a distant sun. Feel yourself drifting towards this gentle warmth, not falling, but being drawn in a slow, graceful spiral, like a seed carried on a cosmic wind. The vast, inky blackness around you softens at the edges, bleeding into the deepest indigo, then into the soft, bruised purple of a world's twilight. The other stars do not vanish, but recede, becoming a faint, shimmering canopy above a world that is slowly rising to meet you. You can begin to feel the barest whisper of an atmosphere against your resting form, a current of air so slight it is more a memory than a sensation. You drift down, through veils of high, thin clouds that part for you like silken curtains. Below, a landscape unfolds, bathed in the final, tender light of a setting sun. You see the gentle curves of hills, cloaked in the silver green of olive groves. You see the darker shapes of cypress trees, pointing like silent fingers to the heavens you have just left behind. Your descent is effortless, weightless. You are a thought, a dream, settling upon the ancient land of Greece. You drift over dark, fertile earth and come to rest as softly as a falling petal in a meadow. And what a meadow it is. The air here is thick with the scent of 1,000 blossoms, a perfume so rich and sweet it seems to be the very breath of the sleeping earth. You are surrounded by a carpet of flowers, their faces turned towards the last embers of the day. There are clusters of wild hyacinth, their tiny, bell-shaped blossoms a shade of deep, celestial blue. There are crocuses, their petals like goblets of spun gold and pale lilac, and vast patches of violets, so dark a purple they are almost black, hiding their shy heads among their heart-shaped leaves. This is the plain of Nysa, a place so beautiful it was said to be a favorite playground of the gods. And here, in this quiet, sacred place, our story begins. Imagine a young woman, the very spirit of spring, walking through these flowers. Her name is Persephone, but she is also called Kor, which simply means the maiden. Her feet are bare, and she moves with a light, joyful grace, her dark hair unbound and flowing behind her. The flowers seem to lean towards her as she passes, offering up their fragrance. She is the daughter of Demeter, the great Earth Mother, the goddess of the harvest and all growing things. And in Persephone, all the promise of life is held, the promise of the bud before it opens, the promise of the seed before it sprouts. She laughs, a sound like wind chimes, as she gathers a bouquet, her arms full of the meadow's bounty. Her gaze falls upon a single flower she has never seen before. It is a narcissus, a flower of breathtaking beauty, with 100 blossoms growing from a single root. Its scent is hypnotic, a sweet, intoxicating perfume that fills the air and makes the whole world seem to shimmer. It was planted there by Gaia, the earth herself, as a favor to a lonely god who ruled the world below. Drawn by its impossible beauty, Persephone reaches out. Her fingers, delicate and pale, touch the soft petals. And as she does, a deep tremor runs through the ground. The earth, the rich, dark soil that gives life to all these flowers, begins to part. Not with a violent earthquake, but with a slow, deliberate opening, as if a hidden door is swinging wide. From the fissure, a cool, damp air rises, carrying the scent of deep earth, of wet stone, and strange, unseen blossoms that grow only in darkness. A shadow falls over the meadow, and from the opening emerges a chariot of polished black stone, drawn by 4 powerful, dark horses. Holding the reins is Hades, the king of the world below, his face beautiful but sorrowful, his eyes holding the quiet depth of the night sky. He does not speak. He simply reaches for her, and the world of sunlight, flowers, and warm breezes dissolves. There is no cry, no struggle, only a quiet, inexorable descent. The earth closes above them as smoothly as it opened, leaving the meadow silent once more. The only evidence of what has happened is a scattering of fallen hyacinths and crocuses, their bright colors looking suddenly lonely in the fading light. The maiden is gone, and with her, the spirit of spring has vanished from the world. Her mother, the great goddess Demeter, hears the echo of her daughter's surprise, a faint cry carried on the wind. A terrible premonition grips her heart. She calls out her daughter's name, her voice filled with a mother's love and rising fear. Persephone. But the only answer is the rustle of the wind in the cooling grass. Dressed in dark robes, a veil of shadow over her golden hair, Demeter begins her search. She takes 2 pine torches, lighting them from the fires of the volcano Etna, and for 9 days and 9 nights, she wanders the earth. She does not stop to eat. She does not stop to drink or to rest. She is a moving sorrow, a walking grief, her torchlight a frantic, searching beacon in the growing twilight of the world. She asks everyone she meets, every god, every mortal, every nymph, but no one can tell her what they saw. As Demeter's grief deepens, the world begins to share in her sorrow. Her focus is no longer on the earth, on the cycles of growth and abundance. Her heart is a barren field, and so the world becomes barren too. The seeds in the ground refuse to sprout. The green shoots of wheat that had begun to carpet the fields turn yellow, then a brittle, lifeless brown. The leaves on the olive trees wither and fall, and the vines that were heavy with young grapes become dry, twisted claws. The plows of farmers cut through dust, not rich soil. A great and terrible famine spreads across the land. The air grows colder. The sky turns a pale, indifferent gray. The laughter of children is replaced by the rumble of hungry stomachs, and the joyous songs of harvest are forgotten. The world is dying, mirroring the death of hope in the goddess's heart. Finally, on the 10th day, she comes to Helios, the all-seeing sun, who drives his fiery chariot across the sky each day and sees all that happens in the world above and below. With a heavy heart, he tells her the truth. He tells her of the beautiful, hypnotic flower, of the earth opening, and of Hades carrying her daughter away to be his queen in the misty, silent kingdom of the Underworld. Demeter's grief turns to a cold, hard anger. She feels betrayed by the other gods who allowed this to happen, and so she withdraws from them and from the world. She abandons her temple on Mount Olympus and comes to live among mortals, her divinity cloaked in the guise of an old woman, her face etched with sorrow. She comes to the city of Eleusis, a place of dry fields and quiet despair, and sits by a well, the Maiden's Well. She sits in shadow, a silent, unmoving figure of grief, until the daughters of the king find her and, taking pity on the old woman, bring her into their home. Here, she becomes the nurse to the king's infant son, and for a time, her sorrow is eased by the simple, mortal warmth of the family. But her divine nature cannot be hidden forever. One night, she is discovered placing the infant prince in the heart of the fire, not to harm him, but to burn away his mortality and make him a god. Her ritual is interrupted, her true identity revealed, and her grief returns, now mixed with a renewed sense of isolation. She commands the people of Eleusis to build her a great temple, and when it is finished, she retreats inside, shutting herself away from the world, allowing the famine to tighten its grip, letting the earth lie fallow and cold. The suffering on earth becomes so great that the very order of the cosmos is threatened. Mortals are dying, and they can no longer make offerings to the gods. One by one, the Olympians come to Demeter, pleading with her, offering her beautiful gifts, begging her to let the earth live again. But she refuses. Her answer is always the same. She will not let a single seed sprout until she has seen her daughter, her beloved Persephone, with her own eyes. And so Zeus, the king of the gods, finally relents. He sends his messenger, Hermes, the guide of souls, down into the shadowy depths of the underworld. Hermes, with his winged sandals, travels the dark paths and finds Persephone sitting on a throne beside her silent husband, Hades. She is a queen, yes, but her heart is heavy with longing for the sunlit world, for the scent of flowers, for her mother's embrace. When Hermes delivers the message, a quiet joy, the first she has felt in so long, illuminates Persephone's face. Hades, who has come to love his quiet, gentle queen, knows he cannot defy the will of Zeus. He agrees to let her go. But as she prepares to leave, he offers her one last thing, a pomegranate. Its skin is like dark, burnished leather, but he breaks it open to reveal the seeds within, glowing like jewels, like drops of captured twilight. "Eat," he says gently. "It is the food of this realm, a taste to remember your time here." And Persephone, perhaps out of politeness, perhaps out of a strange, new connection to this quiet, peaceful kingdom, takes a few of the seeds, some say 3, some say 7, and eats them. The juice is a burst of bittersweet flavor, a taste that is both dark and bright, a taste that will forever bind her to this place. Hermes then guides her up, out of the darkness and back into the world of light. Demeter, waiting in her temple at Eleusis, feels a change in the air, a stirring in the earth. She runs from the temple, and there, in the distance, she sees her daughter returning. Their reunion is not a loud celebration, but a moment of profound, silent joy. They hold each other, and as they do, the world itself seems to sigh in relief. A warm breeze begins to blow, a gentle rain begins to fall on the parched earth. And as the mother's tears of joy water the ground, the first green shoots begin to push their way through the soil. The world is reborn. The famine is over. Persephone tells her mother everything, including the secret of the pomegranate seeds. And because she has eaten the food of the dead, she cannot remain in the world of the living forever. A pact is made. For part of the year, the months of spring and summer, Persephone will live with her mother, and the earth will be warm, fertile, and abundant. But for the remaining months, the time of autumn and winter, she must return to the underworld to be with her husband. And so, the seasons are born from this story of loss and return. Demeter's joy brings the harvest. Her sorrow brings the fallow time of winter. But it is no longer a time of hopeless grief. It is a time of waiting, a time of rest. Because now she has a promise. The promise that her daughter will always return. That spring will always follow winter. That life will always re-emerge from darkness. And to share this profound, comforting promise with all of humanity, Demeter establishes her mysteries at Eleusis. She teaches the rites to the kings of the city, sacred rituals that will allow any mortal who is initiated to understand the secret of the cycles, to lose their fear of death, and to be promised a place of peace in the afterlife, just as Persephone found a home in both light and shadow. This was a secret knowledge, a personal experience of the divine, so different from the public festivals for the other gods. This was a truth not to be shouted from a temple top, but to be felt deep within the soul. And now, let yourself become one of those who seeks this truth. Let the story of the mother and the maiden fade from a tale you are hearing to a journey you are about to take. Feel the solid ground of ancient Attica beneath you. You are an initiate, one who has closed their eyes to the mundane world in order to see something deeper. Your journey begins not in a field of flowers, but in the bustling city of Athens. But the noise of the city, the clatter of carts, and the chatter of the marketplace feels distant, muted. Your focus is elsewhere. The first step is purification. You walk with a procession of other seekers down to the sea. The sun is warm on your shoulders. You hear the gentle lapping of the waves on the shore. You wade into the cool, clear water of the Saronic Gulf. The salt stings ever so slightly, a clean, sharp sensation. You immerse yourself completely, and as the water closes over your head for a silent moment, you feel it washing away not just the dust of the city, but the worries of your everyday life. Your anxieties, your fears, your attachments to the small things that occupy your mind. Let them all dissolve into the vastness of the sea. You emerge cleansed, renewed, ready. A few days pass in quiet preparation, in fasting and contemplation. And then, the great journey begins. You gather at dawn with thousands of others, men and women, rich and poor, free and enslaved. All are welcome here, for in the eyes of the goddess, all souls are equal. You are about to walk the sacred way, the 22-kilometer path that leads from Athens to the sanctuary at Eleusis. Feel the worn leather of your sandals on the dusty road. The air is cool and fresh with the morning dew. At the head of the procession, priests carry the sacred objects, the eye, wrapped in cloth, hidden from sight. You begin to walk, not at a hurried pace, but with a slow, rhythmic step that falls in time with the hundreds around you. The sun begins to climb, warming the earth. With the warmth comes the scent of the countryside, the dry, sweet smell of sun-baked dust, the sharp, clean fragrance of wild thyme and mint crushed underfoot by the endless river of pilgrims. You walk past ancient olive groves, their leaves shimmering like silver coins in the breeze. You pass vineyards and fields that are now resting, waiting for the spring that the mysteries promise. The day wears on. The journey is long, but it is not arduous. There is a sense of shared purpose, a quiet camaraderie that buoys your spirit. You do not speak much. The journey itself is a meditation. Each footstep is a letting go. With each breath, you inhale the peace of the landscape and exhale the noise of your own thoughts. As afternoon deepens into evening, the sun begins its slow descent, painting the western sky in strokes of fiery orange, soft rose, and deep violet. The pace slows even further. As the first stars begin to prick the darkening canopy of the sky, torches are lit. One by one, 1,000 tiny flames flicker to life, passed from hand to hand down the long line of pilgrims. A river of fire now flows through the twilight, its warm, golden light dancing on the faces of your fellow travelers, casting long, soft shadows that move with you. The world outside this river of light dissolves into darkness. There is only the path ahead, illuminated by the gentle, crackling flame of your own torch, and the endless line of lights stretching before you and behind you. The air grows cooler. You can smell the night-blooming flowers and the dampness rising from the earth. You hear the soft murmur of prayers and hymns, a low, resonant hum that seems to rise from the procession itself. It is a sound that is both human and elemental, the sound of 1,000 souls moving towards a single sacred point. You cross the bridge over the Kephisos River, where figures in masks shout jests and playful insults. It is a strange, jarring moment, but it serves a purpose, to remind you of your mortal life, of the earth-bound world you are preparing to transcend, to keep you humble before the great mystery. You smile and continue on. Finally, late into the night, you see it. The sanctuary of Eleusis, rising from the plain, its great walls and gateways illuminated by the moonlight and the glow of your own approaching river of fire. A sense of awe, of reverence settles over you. You have arrived. You pass through the great gates, and the air inside the sacred precinct feels different. It is still and heavy with the scent of burning incense, of barley, and of ancient stone. You are guided with the other initiates into the Telesterion, the great hall of initiation. You step from the open, starlit night into a vast, dark space. It is immense, and the ceiling is lost in shadow. The only light comes from a single, low fire burning in the center of the hall. Your eyes slowly adjust to the gloom, and you see that the space is filled with columns, like a forest of stone. You find a place to sit on the stone tiers that line the walls, and a profound silence falls. The shuffling of feet, the whispered prayers, all of it ceases. There is only the sound of your own quiet breathing and the breathing of the hundreds of others sitting with you in the sacred dark. A priestess moves silently among you, offering each initiate a simple earthenware cup. It contains the sacred drink of Demeter, a mixture of barley, water, and pennyroyal mint. You lift the cup. The liquid is cool, and the taste is earthy and clean, with the fresh, sharp scent of mint. As you drink, a feeling of deep calm spreads through you. It is not a sleepiness, but a profound stillness of mind. The last vestiges of the outside world, the memory of the long walk, the thoughts of your home, they all drift away. There is only this moment, this place, this deep, shared silence. The central fire is extinguished. Now, the darkness is absolute. It is the darkness of the deep earth, the darkness of the womb, the darkness before creation. You cannot see your hand in front of your face. You cannot see the person sitting next to you. All sense of separation dissolves. You are one with the darkness, one with the silence. You sit in this profound emptiness for what feels like an eternity, and yet no time at all. There is no fear. There is only a sense of profound peace, of waiting. And then, a light. Not a sudden, blinding flash, but a warm, golden radiance that blooms in the center of the hall, growing steadily, pushing back the darkness. It is a light more beautiful than any sunrise, a light that seems to be alive, to be breathing. It fills the vast hall, illuminating the stone pillars, the high ceiling, and the faces of the initiates, all turned towards the source of the glow, their expressions ones of pure, silent awe. In this light, something is shown. The great secret of Eleusis, never to be spoken of, only to be witnessed. It is not a complex theatrical display. It is something simple, profound, and utterly silent. Perhaps you see a single, perfect ear of grain held aloft, its kernels full of the promise of life, a symbol of the harvest, of the life that comes from death, of the cycle that governs all things. Perhaps you witness a silent reenactment of the story you already know, but seeing it now in this sacred space, you do not just understand it with your mind. You feel its truth in every fiber of your being. You feel the sorrow of the mother, the quiet resignation of the maiden in the dark, and the boundless, world-altering joy of their reunion. Whatever you see, it is a moment of pure revelation. A sudden, deep, and intuitive understanding washes over you. The fear of death, that cold, hard knot that lives in the heart of all mortals, gently, quietly, dissolves. You understand that death is not an end. It is a part of the cycle. It is the winter that the soul must pass through to find its spring. It is the seed falling into the dark earth, not to perish, but to rest, to gather strength, to be reborn. The promise of Eleusis is not of a golden paradise or a grand heaven, but of something much more profound, a blessed afterlife, a state of peace, and the knowledge that your consciousness, your light, will not be extinguished. You will not wander as a sad, witless shade. You will be at peace, held in the loving, eternal cycle of the goddess. The great light slowly fades, returning the hall to a soft, gentle darkness. The ritual is over. You rise and are guided out of the telesterion, back into the cool night air. You step outside, and the world feels new. The moon is high in the sky, a perfect silver disk, bathing the fields of grain around the sanctuary in a soft, ethereal light. A gentle breeze rustles the stalks of wheat, and it sounds like a soft whisper, a secret being shared between the earth and the sky. The feeling within you is not one of elation or excitement. It is a feeling of deep, unshakable peace, a quiet joy, a sense of homecoming. You have walked the path of the goddess. You have journeyed into the symbolic darkness and have returned to the light, carrying its promise within you. And now, as you stand under that ancient moon, let this feeling of profound peace be your guide into sleep. Your own bed is a sanctuary. The darkness of your room is the quiet, waiting darkness of the telesterian. Let your breath be the slow, rhythmic hymn of the initiates. Sleep is your own small mystery, a gentle descent into the quiet underworld of the self. It is a place of rest, of renewal, of letting go. And just as Persephone returned from the darkness, just as the sun rises after the longest night, just as the green shoot pushes through the winter earth, you too will return from your rest, renewed and restored by the morning light. Let the image of the torchlit procession fade. Let the scent of incense and mint dissolve. Let the ancient stones of Eleusis recede into the mists of time. Hold on only to the feeling of peace, the promise of return, the quiet joy of knowing that all is a cycle and that you are a part of it. Drift now, sleep now, held in the ancient, gentle promise that spring always returns. The silver moon over the fields of Eleusis begins its slow, graceful descent, its light softening from a brilliant gleam to a gentle, milky wash across the land. The promise of the mysteries, the secret of the seed, is now held safely within you. A quiet, unshakable peace that settles deep in your bones. You feel the cool night air on your skin one last time, a final kiss from the Grecian darkness, and you allow your awareness to soften, to dissolve, to become as light as the pollen of wheat drifting on a final, gentle breeze. Let the world of stone temples and moonlit grain fade away now. Let it all dissolve into a soft, gray mist. You are floating, drifting, carried not by a breeze, but by the slow, immense turning of the world itself. You are a traveler on the currents of time, and the stars above are your map and your companions. You feel a gentle, forward momentum, a quiet journey eastward, as if you are following the path the sun will soon take. The air around you begins to change. The cool, damp scent of the sea and the rich earth gives way to something else, something ancient, dry and clean. It is the scent of sun-baked stone, of distant, aromatic shrubs, and of an air so pure and clear it feels as though you are breathing in the sky itself. Slowly, gently, a new landscape begins to form around you. The soft mists recede, not to reveal another temple or another field, but an expanse so vast, so profound, it stills the mind and opens the heart. You find yourself standing on a high, rocky plateau. Before you, the world stretches out into an endless horizon, a tapestry of deep, resonant color. The sun has just fallen below this horizon, and its last light paints the western sky in breathtaking shades of firelight, orange, deep saffron, and the softest rose pink. This glorious warmth bleeds upward into a canopy of deepening twilight blue, a blue so pure and profound it feels like the color of silence itself. The silence here is unlike any you have known. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence. It is a living silence, filled with the immense age of the earth. You can feel it in the great, wind-carved stones around you. You can feel it in the vast, open space that holds you. There is no sound of birds, no rustle of dense forests, no murmur of water. There is only the whisper of a dry, warm wind that snakes between the rocks, a sound like the world itself breathing a long, slow, contented sigh. You look down at your feet, and you see that the ground is a carpet of reddish sand and ancient, weathered rock. A few hardy, silver-leafed plants cling to life in the crevices, their fragrance released by the day's fading heat. You feel a sense of profound solitude, but not of loneliness. Here, in this great, empty cathedral of earth and sky, you feel a connection to everything. You are a single, quiet point of awareness in a landscape that has seen millennia of suns rise and fall. And as the first, brilliant stars begin to prick the deep velvet of the eastern sky, you feel you are not just looking at history, you are standing within it. This is the land of ancient Persia, the heartland of an idea that would ripple across the world. And as you stand here, bathed in the fading light of dusk and the rising light of the stars, you can almost hear the genesis of that idea, not as a great pronouncement, but as a simple, searching question, carried on that same timeless wind. It is the question of a prophet, a man named Zarathustra. Imagine him now, not as a figure in a book, but as a presence in this very landscape. A man who walked this same earth, who felt this same dry wind on his skin, who looked up at this same breathtaking canopy of stars and felt a profound sense of wonder. He saw the world not as a chaotic place of competing spirits and fickle gods, but as a grand, unified poem, a story being written between two great principles. As you breathe in the clean, dry air, let your mind become as open and vast as the sky above you. Feel the weight of the day, the complexities of your thoughts, simply drift away, carried off by the wind. Here, there is only simplicity. Here, there is only clarity. Zarathustra looked at the light of the sun, the warmth of a hearth fire, the unwavering truth in a person's heart, and he saw in all of it a single divine source. A wise Lord, a being of pure light and goodness, whom he called Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda was not a god who lived on a distant mountain, meddling in the affairs of mortals. Ahura Mazda was the very fabric of existence, the cosmic order that held the stars in their courses, the principle of creation, the source of all that is good and true and beautiful. And as you look up at the sky, you can feel this order. You see the constellations beginning to wheel overhead in their perfect, predictable dance. You feel the steady, rhythmic turning of the planet beneath you. This perfect, harmonious, cosmic law, this truth, was called. It is the straight path. It is the clear water of a mountain spring. It is the unwavering light of a flame that always reaches upward. It is the feeling of rightness, of peace, of things being exactly as they should be. And as you stand here in the immense calm of the Persian twilight, you can feel all around you and within you. It is the gentle rhythm of your own breathing, the steady, quiet beat of your own heart. Then Zarathustra looked at the darkness between the stars, at the cold of a fireless night, at the confusion of a lie, and he perceived an opposing force. Not an equal god, but a shadow. A destructive spirit, Angra Mainyu, the source of chaos and deceit. This principle was called the lie. It is the tangled path in a thorny wood. It is the stagnant water of a muddied pool. It is the crooked thought, the confused feeling, the force that pulls things into disarray and decay. This great story, this cosmic duality, was not a battle of clashing armies in the heavens. It was and is a choice made in every moment, in every thought, in every human heart. It is the choice to align with the light, with truth, with order, or to drift into the confusion of the shadow. And as you stand here, feeling the deep peace of this ancient land, the choice feels simple, effortless. You choose the clarity of the stars. You choose the honesty of the open landscape. You choose the quiet order of your own peaceful breath. There is no struggle. There is only a gentle, conscious turning toward the light. As the last vestiges of sunset fade and the sky becomes a breathtaking dome of diamond dust stars, your eyes are drawn to a point of light on the distant horizon. It is not a star. It is warmer, steadier, a pinprick of deep, glowing orange against the dark silhouette of the low mountains. It is a beacon in the vast darkness, and you feel a gentle, silent pull towards it. You begin to walk, your feet finding an ancient, well-worn path in the starlight. The ground is firm beneath you, and the air is growing cooler, more refreshing. The silence remains, broken only by the soft crunch of sand and stone beneath your feet. With every step, the light grows, and you feel you are not just walking towards a place, but towards a principle. You are walking towards a symbol of that divine light of Ahura Mazda, made manifest on earth. The journey is peaceful, meditative. Your thoughts are quiet. Your mind is clear. You are simply a traveler in the night, moving towards a gentle warmth. After a time that feels both long and short, you arrive. Before you stands a simple, powerful structure, a fire temple. It is not grand or ornate. It is built of large, earthen-colored stones, seeming to grow right out of the rocky landscape. It is low-walled and open in parts to the sky, as if to make no separation between the earth and the heavens. You approach the entrance, a simple, unadorned archway. There is no door to bar your way. All who seek the light are welcome. As you step across the threshold, a gentle, comforting warmth washes over you. The air inside is still and sacred. In the center of the main chamber, upon a large stone altar, burns the source of the light you saw from afar, an eternal flame. It is not a raging bonfire, but a calm, steady, and vibrant fire, its flames rising from a large bronze urn. It has been tended here for generations, never allowed to die. It is a living symbol of purity, of truth, of the divine spark that exists within all creation. You find a place to rest on a smooth stone bench along the wall, and you simply watch the fire. Let your eyes soften their focus. Watch the way the flames dance and sway, a silent, graceful prayer in motion. See the colors at the heart of the fire. A brilliant, pure white gold, surrounded by layers of warm yellow, deep orange, and soft, flickering red at the edges. Listen to its sound, a gentle, rhythmic crackle and hiss, a soothing, constant whisper that fills the quiet space. It is a sound of life, of transformation, of energy made visible. Feel its warmth on your skin, a gentle heat that seems to seep into your very being, chasing away any lingering chill, any shadow of doubt or worry. This fire is a focal point for the mind. It is a physical representation of. It consumes what is impure and transforms it into light and heat. It always reaches upward, striving for the heavens, just as the human spirit strives for truth and goodness. It is a constant, unwavering presence in the darkness, a reminder that even in the deepest night, the light is never truly extinguished. You notice quiet figures moving in the shadows along the walls. These are the Magi, the priestly guardians of the flame. They move with a slow, deliberate grace, their faces calm and serene in the flickering light. Their task is not one of elaborate ritual, but of simple, dedicated care. They feed the fire with pure, dry wood, ensuring it never falters. They keep the sanctuary clean and ordered. They are living embodiments of the discipline and good thoughts that this faith teaches. They do not speak, but their peaceful, focused presence adds to the deep tranquility of the temple. As you rest here, bathed in the fire's gentle glow, you feel a sense of profound cleansing. The warmth of the flame seems to burn away all that is unnecessary. The constant, gentle sound of its burning soothes your mind, smoothing out the tangled threads of thought until all is calm, all is clear. You are not required to do anything here. Not to pray, not to think, not to strive. You are only required to be present, to witness the light, to feel its warmth, to let its purity become your own. After a time, one of the silent guardians approaches. Not you, but a small alcove in the stone wall. From it, they take a simple clay bowl filled with clear, fresh water. Water, you remember, is the other great symbol of purity in this ancient faith. Where fire cleanses with heat and transformation, water cleanses with clarity and life. You feel a gentle thirst, and as if sensing your need, the guardian gestures for you to follow. You are led out of the main chamber into a small, enclosed courtyard, open to the starry sky. In the center of the courtyard, a small, natural spring bubbles up from the earth, its water collected in a shallow, circular basin carved from a single, dark stone. The sound of the water is a perfect counterpoint to the crackle of the fire. It is a soft, musical trickling, a sound of life and refreshment in the dry land. The stars above are reflected perfectly on the still surface of the basin, a whole other cosmos held in the cool, dark water. You kneel at the edge of the basin. The guardian offers you a silver cup. You dip it into the cool, clear water and drink. The water is pure and cold, and you feel it quenching not just a physical thirst, but a deeper, spiritual one. It clarifies your thoughts. It cools any lingering agitation. It feels like drinking liquid starlight. You then dip your hands into the basin, the water a shocking, pleasant coolness against your warm skin. You splash your face, the droplets tracing cool paths down your temples, washing away the dust of your long journey, washing away the weariness of the mind. Fire and water, warmth and coolness, light and clarity. The two great purifying elements working in perfect harmony, bringing your entire being into a state of gentle, peaceful balance. You return to the main chamber, to your quiet seat by the wall. The warmth of the eternal flame welcomes you back, drying the cool water on your skin. You now feel completely at peace, cleansed, centered. The cosmic story of this place is no longer an abstract idea, but a felt reality. You feel the divine order in the steady flame before you, in the silent wheeling of the stars seen through the temple's open roof, and in the quiet, balanced stillness of your own body and mind. The struggle between light and shadow feels distant now, a story for the waking world. Here, in this sanctuary, there is only the light. There is only the peace of truth. Let your body grow heavy and comfortable on the smooth, warm stone. Let your breathing deepen, finding a slow, easy rhythm that matches the gentle flicker of the flame. With every breath in, you draw in the warmth, the purity, the golden light of the fire. And with every breath out, you release everything else. Any remaining tension, any stray thought, any echo of the world outside. Breathe in the light and breathe out the shadows. Breathe in the calm and breathe out the noise. Breathe in the truth and breathe out the confusion. The eternal flame dances before your closing eyes, its light becoming a soft golden glow behind your eyelids. It is a beacon for your journey into sleep, a promise of warmth and safety through the night. The gentle crackling of the wood is the last sound you hear, a soothing, ancient lullaby. Here, in this timeless temple, guarded by a silent, steady flame, you are completely safe. You are at peace. The great choice has been made for you, by you. You have chosen rest. You have chosen the light. And now, you can let go completely, drifting down into the deep, warm, and peaceful darkness, into the restorative silence of a truly deep sleep. Drift now. Drift and dream in the eternal, gentle light. The gentle, steady warmth of the eternal flame has filled this sacred space and has filled you. The quiet order of the cosmos, reflected in that single, unwavering point of light, has settled deep within your being, a silent hum of perfect balance. You feel cleansed, centered, and profoundly at peace. As you rest here, in this haven of quiet reverence, allow your awareness to soften, to drift back to the heart of the temple, back to the soft, golden light of the flame upon its stone altar. Do not try to see it with your eyes, but feel its warmth, its gentle, living pulse. This flame has burned for an uncounted age, a constant, quiet testament to the light of truth and order. Let your mind rest upon it, a single, peaceful focus in the vast stillness. And as you watch this ancient light, a slow and gentle change begins to unfold. The warm, golden orange at the heart of the flame begins to soften, to cool, its fiery edges melting into a luminous, impossible green. It is the green of new leaves after a long rain, the deep, resonant green of jade held to the sun, the iridescent, shimmering green of a quetzal's tail feather, catching the light in a way that feels more like a dream than a color. The dry, clean air of the temple grows heavy and soft and cool. It carries a new scent now, a fragrance of damp, dark earth, of night-blooming orchids opening their pale petals to the moon, and the distant, clean promise of rain on stone. The soft crackle of the fire fades, and in its place, a new sound arises. It is a gentle, rhythmic chorus, a soft, silver chiming of countless tiny lives, the night song of the deep forest, the quiet hum of insects, the low, melodious call of an unseen bird, the almost imperceptible whisper of broad leaves, shifting against one another in a breeze you can now feel upon your skin. The smooth, carved stone walls of the temple around you seem to lose their form, becoming translucent, dissolving like smoke, or like mist rising from a river at dawn. And through this soft, swirling vapor, a new world reveals itself. You are no longer in the high, dry plains of Persia. You are somewhere else entirely, somewhere ancient and green and breathing. You are resting at the base of a colossal tree, its roots as thick as pythons, delving deep into the dark, rich soil. Its trunk rises up and up and up, a living pillar disappearing into a canopy so dense that it forms a second sky far above you. Moonlight filters down in soft, shifting patterns, dappling the forest floor in silver and shadow. The air is a gentle weight, a warm, humid embrace. A fine mist hangs in the air, clinging to everything in a soft, ethereal veil. You can feel the coolness of it on your brow, on your arms, a gentle baptism into this ancient world. All around you, the jungle breathes. It is a slow, deep, and steady breath, the inhale of night, the exhale of mist. Before you, rising from the forest floor, is a structure that is both a work of gods and a part of nature itself. It is a great step pyramid. Its stone blocks the color of rain-darkened slate, its corners softened by centuries of wind and water. Thick, green moss grows in the crevices between the stones, a soft velvet blanket. Vines, thick with leaves like giant green hearts, hang from its terraces, swaying gently in the night air. The jungle is not destroying this place. It is embracing it, reclaiming it in a slow, patient, and loving dance. The stone itself seems to whisper stories. As your gaze drifts over its surface, you see carvings of impossible intricacy. The serene, powerful face of a jaguar, its eyes half closed as if in meditation. The undulating body of a serpent, its scales rendered in perfect geometric detail, but adorned with a cascade of impossible, beautiful feathers. Faces with long, elegant noses and heavy-lidded eyes gaze out from the stone, their expressions unreadable, patient, eternal. This is a world born from a different dream, a world where time does not move in a straight line from beginning to end, but in a great, slow, turning circle, like the wheel of stars that you can glimpse through the breaks in the canopy above. A universe of cycles, of birth and death and rebirth, as natural and as peaceful as the falling rain and the growing corn. Let the sounds of this place become a lullaby, the gentle drip of water from a broad leaf onto a mossy stone below, the soft whir of a hummingbird's wings, even in the dark, the distant, throaty call of a howler monkey, not a sound of alarm, but a deep, resonant note that speaks of the jungle's vastness. Settle deeper into your rest and listen. Listen past the sounds of the jungle to the silence from which it was born. For the stories of this place begin in a great and profound stillness. Before the sun, before the moon, before the jaguar and the monkey and the maze, there was only the sky and the sea. All was calm, all was silent. The sea lay motionless, a vast, dark mirror beneath a sky that was empty of everything but potential. Nothing had a name, nothing had a form. And in this great, quiet emptiness, two creator gods floated, dreaming. They were Tepo, the maker, and Guchumats, the feathered serpent. They were not cloaked in flesh, but in shimmering green and blue feathers, in light and in thought. They met in the darkness, upon the still water, and they spoke. Their voices were not thunder, they were not commands. Their voices were a thought that moved between them, a ripple on the face of the silent water. Let the emptiness be filled, they thought together. Let the waters part, and let the earth arise. And as they spoke the word, it was so. From the depths of the primordial sea, the land began to rise, not in a violent upheaval, but as a soft cloud taking form, a gentle exhalation. Mountains rose like the sleeping shoulders of giants, their peaks wreathed in the first mists. Valleys carved themselves between the mountains, soft and green, and the great rivers began to flow, tracing silver paths toward the sea. The world was beautiful, but it was silent. And so Tepo and Guchumats spoke again. Let there be life upon the earth. Let there be guardians for the forests and the mountains. And from their thoughts, the creatures of the world were born. The deer appeared in the dappled light of the new forests. The jaguar, cloaked in stars, padded silently through the undergrowth. Birds of every color filled the branches of the trees, and the air filled with their calls. The serpent slithered through the cool, damp leaves. The creators were pleased, but they asked the animals to speak their names, to praise them, and the animals could not. The deer could only bleat, the jaguar could only roar, the birds could only sing their beautiful, meaningless songs. And so the creators knew their work was not yet done. They needed beings who could keep the days, who could speak their names and understand the great turning wheel of the cosmos. They tried to make a being from wet clay. They shaped it carefully, giving it a face and limbs. But it was soft. It had no mind. And when the first rains came, it dissolved, returning to the mud from which it came. A gentle failure, a quiet return to the earth. They tried again, this time carving figures from wood. These beings were strong. They could walk and speak and build homes. But their faces were blank. Their hearts were empty. They had no memory of their creators, no gratitude, no soul. They wandered the earth, hollow and forgetful. The gods sent a great flood to wash them away, and those that survived became the monkeys you hear now in the high branches, a distant, chattering echo of a forgotten creation. The creators sat in the quiet twilight of the new world, and they pondered. And then a thought came to them, carried on the wind from a place called the Mountain of Sustenance. Maize, the yellow corn and the white corn that grew in the rich soil. 4 animals, the wildcat, the coyote, the parrot, and the crow, showed them the way. And there, the gods found the sacred grain. With the greatest care, they ground the yellow corn and the white corn into a fine meal. They mixed it with the clear water of the river, and from this sacred dough, they fashioned 4 new beings. They breathed into them, and these new beings opened their eyes. And this time, they could see everything. They saw the whole world, from the highest mountain to the deepest sea. They understood the turning of the stars, the passing of the seasons, the mind of the gods. And their first words were words of praise, of gratitude. They were too perfect. They saw too much. And so the gods, in their wisdom, clouded their vision, just a little. They blew a mist over their eyes so that they could see what was near, but what was far would remain a mystery. They wanted them to be human, not gods. And so from these first 4, the people of the world were born, their flesh made from the sacred corn, their lives forever tied to the earth that sustained them. Feel this deep connection now as you rest in the heart of this breathing jungle. Your own body, a vessel of life, sustained by the earth. Your own breath, a part of the great, slow respiration of the world around you. You are made of the same elements as the stars, the stone, the maize. There is a deep and profound peace in this knowing, a sense of belonging. The moonlight shifts, and a new story reveals itself in the carved stone of the pyramid. It is a story of darkness and light, of a journey into the underworld, Xibalba, the place of fright. But do not be afraid. This is not a story of terror, but of balance. For in this world, death is not an end. It is a transformation. It is the soil from which new life grows. The story belongs to 2 brothers, 2 divine heroes, Hunahpu and Xbalanque. They were ball players, and the sound of their game, the rhythmic thud of the rubber ball against the stone court, disturbed the lords of the underworld who slept beneath the earth. The lords of Xibalba were not demons of fire and brimstone. They were the gods of shadow, of sickness and decay, the necessary counterparts to the light and life of the world above. And they summoned the hero twins to journey down to their realm. Imagine this journey not as a terrifying fall, but as a gentle descent. Following the deep roots of the great ceiba tree, the twins traveled down, 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 through the earth. They crossed a river of scorpions that parted before them, and a river of blood that they crossed on their own blowguns. They came at last to the dark court of the lords of Xibalba. The underworld gods tried to trick them, seating them on a burning hot bench, but the twins, clever and wise, were not fooled. They were given a series of impossible tests designed to end their lives. See this story now, not as a frightening battle, but as a slow, cosmic dance, a dream unfolding in the heart of the earth. The twins were sent into the House of Gloom, a chamber of absolute, pressing darkness. But Hunahpu simply lit his cigar, and its glowing ember filled the room with a soft, warm light until morning. They were sent into the House of Knives, filled with blades that moved of their own accord. But the twins spoke to the knives and promised them the flesh of all the animals, and the knives became still. They were sent to the House of Cold, but they sealed it against the biting frost. They were sent to the House of Jaguars, but they fed the great cats the bones they had brought, and they passed the night in peace. In each trial, they met a force of destruction, not with violence, but with cleverness, with harmony, with an understanding of the world's nature. They did not conquer the darkness, they found the light within it. Their final test came in the House of Bats, where a great, monstrous bat god swooped through the darkness. In a moment of distraction, Hunahpu's head was taken, but his brother Exbalanque was clever. He fashioned a new head for his brother from a squash, and in the morning light, they emerged, whole once more. Knowing they could not defeat the lords of Xibalba through simple trials, the twins devised a final, beautiful plan. They knew that to truly live, they must first embrace death. They announced their own defeat and allowed themselves to be sacrificed, leaping into a great, blazing oven. The lords of Xibalba, triumphant, ground their bones to dust and cast them into the river. But this was not the end. It was the beginning. In the river, their dust swirled and reformed. On the fifth day, they rose from the water, reborn. First as strange, fish-like men, and then, disguised as wandering performers, they returned to the court of Xibalba. They performed miraculous dances. They could sacrifice an animal and bring it back to life. They could even burn a house down and restore it in an instant. The lords of the underworld were captivated. Finally, Exbalanque laid his own brother, Hunahpu, upon a stone and sacrificed him, only to bring him back to life, whole and smiling. The lords of Xibalba, filled with a desire for this magical rebirth, begged the twins, "Do it to us, sacrifice us." And so the hero twins did. They sacrificed the lords of death. But this time, they did not bring them back. They did not destroy the underworld. They simply humbled it. They declared that Xibalba would no longer have power over the people of the earth. It would only receive those who were weak or guilty. The place of fear became a place of consequence. And with their great work done, the hero twins ascended. They rose from the darkness of the underworld, up, through the earth, up through the roots of the great ceiba tree, and into the sky. And there they became the sun and the moon. Hunahpu, the sun, and Exbalanque, the moon. They chase each other across the sky in a perfect, eternal dance, a daily reminder of the journey through darkness into light, of life born from death, of the perfect, unbreakable balance of the cosmos. As you lie here under the soft silver light of the moon, you are resting in the gentle gaze of a hero who journeyed to the underworld and back, all to bring balance to the world. Let this feeling of profound cosmic harmony wash over you, a gentle tide of peace. The universe is not a chaotic place of conflict, but a perfectly balanced, self-correcting dream. The mist in the air thickens for a moment, swirling around the ancient pyramid. When it clears, the carvings seem to have shifted, telling yet another story from a different people, but with the same deep, resonant truth. This is the story of the 5 suns. In this telling, the world has been created and destroyed 4 times before. Each age, each sun had its own people, its own god, its own end. But these endings were not violent apocalypses, they were transformations. The first sun, the son of Jaguar, ended when giants who roamed the earth were devoured by jaguars. The second, the son of Wind, was swept away by a great hurricane. The third, the son of Rain, was destroyed by a rain of fire. The fourth, the son of Water, was lost in a great flood. Each time, the world was wiped clean, gently, to make way for the next creation, a cosmic turning of the page. We are living now in the age of the 5th sun, and this world was born not just from divine thought, but from divine sacrifice. After the 4th world was destroyed, the gods gathered in the darkness around a great fire. They decided that one of them must sacrifice themselves, leaping into the flames to become the new sun. But they were all afraid. Finally, one humble, pockmarked god, Nanahuatzin, threw himself into the fire without hesitation, and he was reborn, rising into the sky as the brilliant, powerful sun. Another god, proud and wealthy, followed him and became the moon, its light less brilliant, a reminder of his hesitation. But the new sun did not move. It hung motionless in the sky, burning too hot. The other gods realized what was needed. To give the sun the energy to move, to begin the cycle of day and night, they too must sacrifice themselves. One by one, they offered their lives, their divine blood, to nourish the 5th sun and set it on its course. This world, this age, was born from an act of ultimate divine love. Its continued existence depends on the memory of this sacrifice, on the reciprocal offering of gratitude and reverence from the people below. And the people themselves, they too were born from a sacred journey. The great god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the god of wind, of wisdom, and of art, saw that the earth was empty and silent. He journeyed to the underworld, Mictlan, the land of the dead, a place of quiet dust and bone. He went before the Lord of Mictlan and asked for the precious bones of the people who had perished in the age of the 4th sun. After many trials of his own, he was given the bones, and he began his journey back to the world of the light. He gathered the bones, a brittle, sacred collection, and carried them back up to the surface of the earth. There, in the light, the gods gathered, and Quetzalcoatl performed his own act of creation. He took a sharp point of jade and pierced himself, letting his own divine blood fall upon the dry, lifeless bones. And as his blood touched them, the bones began to stir, to knit themselves together, to take on flesh. From the bones of the past, watered by the sacrifice of a god, the people of the 5th sun were born. Humanity was created from an act of divine artistry and profound love. It was Quetzalcoatl who then taught them everything. He gave them maize. He taught them how to read the stars, how to carve stone, how to weave beautiful cloth. He was a teacher, a gentle guide, the breath of life and the whisper of wisdom, Feel the truth of this story settling into you. The very air you breathe is the breath of a god. The life that flows through you is precious, a gift born from divine sacrifice. The world around you is not a random accident, but a work of art, sustained by memory and balance. You are resting now in a place where these stories are not just tales. They are the very fabric of reality. They are carved in the stones, whispered by the wind that rustles the leaves, the wind that is the breath of Quetzalcoatl. They are reflected in the perfect, cyclical journey of the sun and moon across the sky, the eternal dance of the hero twins. The jungle around you is a temple far greater than the one of stone. The towering trees are its pillars. The canopy of leaves is its roof, decorated with the silver light of the stars. The soft, mossy ground is its sacred floor. The sounds have become softer now, more distant. The chorus of the night is beginning to quiet down, preparing for the deep stillness that comes before the dawn. The air is cool and clean. Every breath you take feels purifying, connecting you more deeply to this place of profound peace. Let go of all your thoughts, of all your worries. They are like the humans made of mud. They can dissolve in the gentle rain of your relaxation. Let them wash away, returning to the earth. You are safe here. You are held by the living, breathing jungle, cradled in the dream of the feathered serpent. There is no need to do anything, no need to be anywhere else. Simply rest. Simply be. The world turns in its perfect, slow rhythm. The moon continues its silent journey across the sky. The stones of the pyramid hold their ancient memories. And you are a part of this perfect cosmic balance, drifting now, floating on a gentle river of peace, deeper and deeper into a restful, healing sleep. The feathered serpent's dream is now your own, and it is a dream of absolute peace, of perfect harmony, of deep, deep rest. The deep, humid air of the jungle begins to change. The chorus of night creatures, the chirps and clicks and calls that have formed a living blanket of sound around you, begins to soften, to fade, as if a gentle mist is rolling in, muffling the world in a soft, quiet embrace. The dense, earthy scent of moss and damp soil, of night-blooming orchids and ancient stone, slowly gives way to something new, something cool and clean. You can feel a gentle coolness on your skin, a refreshing change from the jungle's warmth. The moonlight, once filtered through 1,000 broad leaves, now seems to diffuse and spread, as if shining through a vast silver veil. The great step pyramid before you, solid and eternal, begins to lose its sharp edges. Its stone carvings of serpents and jaguars blur, their forms dissolving back into the quiet mystery from which they were born. The colossal tree at whose base you rest feels less like wood and more like a shadow, its branches melting into the shifting, cooling air. Allow your awareness to drift with this change. There is no effort required. You are simply floating on a slow, gentle current, moving from one dream into the next. The air grows cooler still, carrying with it the clean, sharp scent of pine and something else, the distant, briny tang of salt and sea. The ground beneath you softens, the feeling of tangled roots and jungle floor transforming into something yielding and cool, like damp moss and rich, dark earth. And then the sounds begin to return, but they are entirely new. It is not the sound of the jungle, but the sound of water. A slow, rhythmic lapping, a gentle sigh of waves against a silent shore. You can hear the whisper of a breeze moving through the needles of immense trees, a sound like a long, slow exhalation. Allow your eyes to open in this new dreamscape if you wish, or simply perceive it with your mind's eye. You are standing on the shore of a vast, still body of water, so immense and dark it seems to hold the night sky within it. The water is a deep, tranquil, blue-black, smooth as polished obsidian, and from its surface rise sheer, colossal cliffs of dark stone. This is a fjord, a finger of the sea reaching deep into the heart of an ancient land. A thick, silver mist clings to the surface of the water and wreathes the shoulders of the great cliffs, softening their imposing forms into gentle, sleeping giants. The air is cool and heavy with moisture, and you can feel the fine, ghost-like touch of the mist on your face and hands. It is a cleansing, calming sensation, washing away the last remnants of the jungle's heat, leaving you feeling clear and present in this quiet, northern world. Above, the sky is not black, but a deep, fathomless indigo, the color of twilight just before the first star appears. There is no moon here, but a soft, ambient light seems to emanate from the mist itself, from the water, from the very stones, bathing the entire world in a gentle, ethereal glow. This is the world before Asgard was the sole seat of power. This is the world of the Vanir, the older gods, whose magic is not forged in thunder or proclaimed in grand halls, but is woven into the fabric of the living earth itself. Their temples are not made of gold and stone, but of ancient forests and mist-shrouded waters. Their hymns are the sigh of the wind through the pines and the rhythmic pulse of the tide. You feel an invitation to walk, and your feet move without a sound over a carpet of deep green moss that covers the ground. The moss is soft and cool, yielding slightly under your weight, muffling all sound. You move away from the water's edge and into a forest of towering pines and ancient birch trees, their white bark peeling like old parchment in the dim light. The air here is thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a rich, grounding perfume that calms the mind and soothes the spirit. Everything is quiet. The only sounds are the whisper of the wind high in the canopy and the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, which has now become deep and even, matching the peaceful cadence of this land. Deeper within the woods, you come upon a clearing. In the center stands a circle of great stones, their surfaces covered in the same soft green moss and traced with the delicate silver threads of lichen. They are immense and feel impossibly old, placed here by forces that measured time in the slow grinding of glaciers and the turning of constellations. They are not menacing. They feel like ancient guardians, silent and patient, holding the peace of this place within their circle. Here, in this sacred stillness, you can feel the presence of the Vanir. It is a quiet, nurturing presence, a deep and abiding connection to the cycles of life, growth, and rest. It is the energy of the fertile soil, the life-giving rain, the gentle sun, and the deep, mysterious sea. You can sense a story held within these stones, a story not of clashing swords and epic battles, but of a quiet, profound merging. For there was a time when two families of gods walked these lands, the Aesir, gods of the sky, of order, of war, and of word. Odin, the All-Father with his relentless quest for knowledge. Thor, the Thunderer with his mighty hammer. They were a force of structure, of will, of ambition. And then there were the Vanir, whose story we listen for tonight. They were the gods of the earth, of the sea, of the untamed wilderness, and the cycles of life. Their power was not in the forging of weapons, but in the turning of the seasons. Their wisdom was not found in runes carved by force, but in the whispers of the wind and the patterns of the waves. A conflict arose between them, as it often does between the wild and the tamed, between the field and the fortress. The stories call it a war, the first war the world had ever known. But here, in the heart of the Vanir's land, it feels less like a war and more like a great cosmic negotiation. A slow, powerful dance to find balance. The Aesir battered the walls of the Vanir's home, Vanaheimr, and the Vanir, with their deep magic, eroded the foundations of Asgard. Neither could overcome the other. The sky needs the earth needs the sky. And so they made a peace more profound than any simple truce. They decided to merge their families, to weave their destinies together. They exchanged hostages, not as prisoners, but as honored ambassadors, as living threads to bind their two worlds into one. From the Vanir came Njörður, the gentle god of the sea and the winds, and with him his two extraordinary children, his son Freyr and his daughter Freya. They traveled to Asgard to live among the Aesir, bringing with them the wisdom of the earth, the magic of the harvest, and the deep, intuitive knowledge of life itself. And in their coming, the world found a new harmony, a balance between the structured power of Asgard and the fertile, life-giving soul of Vanaheimr. As you stand within the circle of stones, you feel a shift in the air. A gentle warmth begins to spread through the clearing, a soft, golden light that seems to push back the mist. It is the presence of Freyr, the lord of the harvest, the god of sunshine and gentle rain. He is the embodiment of peace and prosperity, the quiet joy of a field ripening under a summer sun. The golden light intensifies, and you see its source. Emerging from the trees at the edge of the clearing is a great boar, its bristles made of pure, shining gold. This is Gullinbursti, and he moves with a gentle, steady gait, his golden light illuminating the forest floor, revealing the intricate patterns of the moss, the delicate forms of ferns, the sleeping roots of the ancient trees. The light he casts is not harsh or blinding. It is a warm, honeyed glow that fills you with a sense of profound well-being and abundance. Freyr himself is not a warrior king, but a peaceful lord. You can imagine him walking through a field of barley, the stalks heavy with grain, his hand brushing against them as he passes. He is the feeling of the first warm day of spring, the relief of a summer shower on dry earth, the deep satisfaction of a harvest brought safely home. He is the promise that after every winter, life will return. That after every period of fallow rest, there will be growth once more. His magic is the quiet miracle of a seed sprouting in the dark soil. It is the slow, patient strength of a tree growing towards the light. It is the generosity of the earth, which gives freely of itself so that all may live. As you breathe in the cool, clean air of the forest, you can feel this energy of Freyr within you, a sense of peace, of nourishment, of being deeply and completely provided for. Allow this golden light to fill your body, from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head, soothing every muscle, calming every thought. There is nothing to strive for, nothing to achieve. There is only this moment of perfect, peaceful abundance. You are safe. You are supported. You are at rest. The golden light of the boar begins to soften, to recede, and another presence makes itself known in the clearing. The air grows still, and a subtle scent of wildflowers and honey fills the air. The mist swirls, and for a moment it seems to be woven into intricate, shifting patterns like threads on a loom. This is the magic of Freya, the Lady of the Vanir, goddess of love, of beauty, and the deep, mysterious art of. Freya is the twin sister of Freyr, yet her energy is different. Where his is the steady warmth of the sun, hers is the luminous, captivating glow of the moon and the stars. She is the wildness of the untamed heart, the beauty of a waterfall, the mystery of a deep forest pool. You can imagine her chariot, pulled not by horses, but by two large gray cats, their steps completely silent on the mossy ground, their green eyes glowing softly in the dim light. She wears a cloak made of falcon feathers, and when she wraps it around herself, she can travel through the skies, seeing the world from a perspective of boundless freedom. But her deepest power lies in a form of magic that is about seeing and shaping the threads of fate. It is not a magic of fireballs and lightning, but of deep intuition and connection. To practice is to sit in a high seat, to enter a deep trance, and to let your consciousness travel along the web of destiny that connects all things. It is the art of listening to the world's quietest secrets, of understanding the currents that flow beneath the surface of reality. As you stand in the quiet clearing, you can almost feel these threads yourself. They are like shimmering, invisible filaments stretching between the stones, between the trees, connecting you to this ancient place and to the quiet rhythm of the cosmos. Freya's magic is the feeling of knowing something without knowing how you know it. It is the wisdom of the heart, the intuition that guides you gently and surely through the mysteries of life. Her presence brings a feeling of profound love and acceptance. Not just the love between two people, but a universal love. The love a flower has for the sun. The love the river has for the sea. The love that binds all of creation together in a beautiful, intricate dance. Allow this feeling to envelop you now, a sense of being cherished, of being beautiful in your own unique way, of being deeply and inextricably connected to the web of all life. There is no need to do anything, only to be, to rest in this feeling of complete and unconditional acceptance as you drift deeper and deeper into a state of perfect calm. The energies of Freyr and Freya, of the sun and the moon, of the field and the wild forest, now coexist in perfect harmony within the stone circle. It is a place of profound balance. But this world is not only made of light and life, it is also made of ancient, primal forces. As your awareness expands, you can feel them now, far in the distance. The Jötnar, the giants. In the old tales, they are often the foes of the gods, forces of chaos and destruction. But from this place of deep peace, you perceive them differently. They are not evil. They are simply ancient, primal. They are the raw materials of the world. Look to the horizon, beyond the dark fjords and the endless forests. You can see the towering peaks of immense mountains, their tops crowned with eternal ice and snow. These are the Jötnar, sleeping. They are the granite heart of the earth, the unstoppable force of a glacier carving a valley, the raw, untamed power of a winter storm. They are older than the gods, older than the trees. They are the earth itself in its most elemental form. Their breathing is the slow, deep groan of shifting ice. Their dreams are the avalanches that thunder down the mountainsides. They are not a threat to you here in this peaceful dream. They are simply a part of the world's great balance. They are the deep, resonant bass note in the symphony of existence. Their presence is a reminder of the world's immense age and power, a power that is not to be fought, but to be respected. A power that holds you, just as it holds the mountains and the sea in its vast, ancient embrace. Feeling their deep, slow, sleeping energy adds another layer to your own relaxation. It gives you permission to let go of all effort, to sink into a state of rest as deep and profound as the slumber of a mountain. Allow your body to feel heavy, grounded, and completely still. Now, turn your gaze upward to the deep indigo sky above the clearing. A faint green ribbon of light appears, shimmering and uncertain at first. Then it grows brighter, bolder, a silent, luminous river flowing across the heavens. More colors join it, soft pinks, deep violets, ethereal blues. It is the Aurora Borealis, the northern lights, a celestial fire that burns without heat and dances without sound. It moves with a slow, hypnotic grace, waving like a curtain in a gentle celestial breeze. It is the magic of the Vanir and the Aesir and the Jötnar, all woven together and painted across the night sky. It is a spectacle of pure, silent beauty, a lullaby for the eyes. Watch the lights as they shift and flow. Let their silent, graceful dance capture your full attention. Each wave of color that washes across the sky washes over you as well, carrying away any lingering thoughts, any remaining tension. The green light is the life force of Freyr's fields. The violet is the deep mystery of Freya's magic. The blue is the tranquil spirit of the fjord. You are lying now on the soft, cool moss within the circle of ancient stones. The air is still and cool. The gentle lapping of the water in the fjord is a distant, soothing rhythm. And above you, the heavens are performing this silent, beautiful dance just for you. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to think about. There is only the feeling of the soft moss beneath you, the cool air on your skin, and the gentle, silent river of light flowing above you. Allow the colors to guide you now, deeper and deeper into rest. Follow the slow, waving ribbon of green as it leads your mind into a place of perfect peace. Let the soft pulses of violet light soothe you into a state of profound tranquility. Drift on the deep, calm river of blue as it carries you towards the shores of sleep. The world of the Vanir holds you now, the strength of the ancient stones, the life of the deep forest, the peace of the still fjord, the magic of the dancing lights. All are with you. You are a part of this ancient, quiet magic, and it is a part of you. You are safe. You are calm. You are ready for a deep and restorative sleep. Let go now. Let go completely. And drift. Drift away on the silent, colorful currents of the northern night into the deep, peaceful, quiet of your own dreams. The deep, silent green and violet ribbons of the Aurora Borealis continue their cosmic dance above you, painting the indigo canvas of the northern sky. You lie nestled within the circle of ancient stones, feeling the cool, solid weight of the earth beneath you and the boundless, shimmering expanse above. The air is crisp and cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp moss, a primal fragrance of the old world. But as you watch, your gaze fixed on the celestial display, a slow and gentle transformation begins. The flowing curtains of light begin to dissolve. The vast, sweeping shapes soften at the edges, breaking apart not into nothingness, but into something smaller, something more fundamental. They become a slow, swirling river of individual sparks, a cascade of luminous dust, each mote a tiny, conscious point of emerald, amethyst, and sapphire, drifting through the immense quiet of space. The cold air on your skin begins to lose its sharp edge. A subtle, dry warmth seems to rise from the ground, a gentle heat that soothes your limbs and deepens your relaxation. The scent of the northern forest, of pine and wet earth, fades like a distant memory, replaced by a new fragrance, faint at first, then clearer. It is the scent of dry sand, of distant, exotic spices, and the clean, mineral smell of stone that is baked all day under a powerful sun. The circle of moss-covered stones around you seems to lose its solidity. The hard edges blur, the immense weight of them dissolving, melting back into the landscape until you are no longer encircled. You are now resting in a place of profound openness, of infinite space. You feel a soft, fine texture beneath you now, not the damp moss of the forest floor, but the cool, silken grains of sand. You are lying in a vast and silent desert, under a sky that is no longer just indigo, but a deep, velvety, impossible, purple-black. And the stars. The stars are no longer just distant points of light. They are a brilliant, shimmering dust of diamonds, scattered with a lavish hand across the heavens. The Milky Way is a thick, luminous cloud, a river of light so bright and clear it seems you could reach up and trail your fingers through its cosmic current. The silence here is different. It is not the quiet of a sleeping forest, filled with the tiny sounds of life. It is a deep, resonant silence, the silence of immensity, the silence of eternity. Your eyes, heavy with sleep, drift across the horizon. In the distance, you can just make out the dark, sleeping shapes of a caravan at rest. The gentle, rounded humps of camels, lying in quiet repose. The low, dark outlines of tents, their fabrics still and unmoving in the windless air. A single, shielded lantern casts a small, warm pool of golden light on the sand, a tiny island of human presence in this vast, divine emptiness. There is no sound. The merchants, the guards, the guides, they are all lost to their dreams, their long day's journey across the Silk Road complete. And there, sitting just apart from the sleeping camp, is a figure. He is draped in simple, white robes that seem to gather the starlight, making him softly luminous in the darkness. He sits with a perfect stillness, his gaze turned upward to the same river of stars that you are watching. This is Mani, the prophet from the land of Babylon, the weaver of stories, the physician of souls. He is not speaking, yet you feel you can hear his thoughts, his quiet meditation, carried on the perfect stillness of the desert night. His story is not one of kings or warriors, but of the universe itself. It is a story whispered to him in a vision, a story of a beginning before all beginnings. And as you lie there, feeling the cool sand beneath you and the infinite sky above, you allow his silent story to unfold within your mind, as gentle and as luminous as the starlight itself. Allow your mind to see, to imagine, two great and eternal kingdoms existing side by side, unaware of each other for a timeless age. One is the kingdom of light. Picture it not as a place of blinding suns, but as a realm of serene, intelligent radiance, a place of pure, conscious light existing in 5 shimmering aspects: a gentle ether, a soft and cleansing wind, a living, luminous water, a warm and life-giving fire, and light itself, the very substance of this peaceful land. In this kingdom, everything is harmony. Everything is peace. The light does not struggle. It is a symphony of color and form, a place of perfect tranquility, ruled over by a benevolent presence known as the Father of Greatness. Feel the peace of this place, the utter calm, the sense of belonging. There is no shadow here, no conflict, no want, no end. It is eternal, shimmering, and whole. And beside it, yet utterly separate, exists the other kingdom, the kingdom of darkness. Do not imagine this as a place of evil, but as a realm of chaos. It is a turbulent, churning sea of matter. It is restless, hungry, and blind. It is a world of smoke and fire, of destructive winds and bitter waters. Here, there is no peace, only constant, aimless motion. Its inhabitants are born of this chaos, fighting and devouring one another in an endless, meaningless cycle. They are not evil. They are simply unaware. They are driven by a deep and painful hunger, a longing for something they cannot name. This realm is ruled by a prince of darkness, who is not a king, but merely the strongest and most chaotic force in a land of chaos. For an eternity, these two kingdoms existed in their own separate realities, the perfect peace of the light and the endless turmoil of the dark. But then, one day, the churning chaos of the darkness pushed at its boundaries, and for the very first time, the Prince of Darkness looked up and saw the light. He saw its peace, its beauty, its harmony, and in his blind, chaotic hunger, he desired it. He did not understand it, but he wanted to consume it, to possess it, to make its serenity part of his own restless being. And so the forces of darkness gathered, and they surged toward the borders of the kingdom of light. In the realm of light, there was no fear, only a deep and knowing sadness. There were no weapons here, no armies, no concept of war. How could pure, peaceful light fight against a force of blind, physical chaos? The Father of Greatness knew that to fight the darkness on its own terms would be to become like it. Instead, he conceived a plan of immense sacrifice, a plan of profound and gentle compassion. He brought forth a champion, a being known as the Primal Man. The Primal Man was not a warrior. He was an offering. He clothed himself in an armor made from the 5 elements of his home: the gentle wind, the living water, the warm fire, the clear ether, and the pure light. And he descended toward the encroaching darkness, not to do battle, but to be a sacrifice. Imagine this scene, not as a violent clash, but as a slow, cosmic mingling. The churning, hungry forces of the dark swarmed the Primal Man. They did not strike him down. They consumed him. They swallowed his armor of light, piece by piece. They devoured the 5 luminous elements, hoping to steal their power, to satisfy their endless hunger. The Primal Man fell into a deep, unconscious slumber, his divine essence scattered and imprisoned within the very substance of the dark. The chaos, having feasted on the light, grew sluggish and heavy. The battle was over, and the darkness had, in its own way, won. But this was the Father of Greatness's plan. For now, the divine light was not destroyed. It was trapped, mixed into the very fabric of the darkness. The chaos had swallowed a piece it could not digest. It had consumed a consciousness that would awaken from within. And so, the world you know was created, not by a single act, but as a slow, cosmic process of separation. The higher powers of light descended to this new, mingled reality. They took the chaotic matter that had ingested the light and began to shape it. From the darkest, most defiled parts, they created the earth and the mountains. From the parts that held more light, they fashioned the sun, the moon, and the stars. Great ships of light sailing across the sky, their purpose to slowly, patiently, gather the lost sparks of the Primal Man and carry them home. And this, the quiet story tells you, is the nature of your world. It is a mixture, a beautiful, tragic, hopeful blend of light and matter, of spirit and body. Every tree that reaches for the sun, every river that flows to the sea, every living creature that breathes, contains within it these trapped, sleeping particles of divine light. Even the food we eat, especially the fruits and vegetables that grow in the sunlight, like the cool melon and the green cucumber, are filled with these luminous sparks. They are prisons of light, waiting for release. And humanity. Humanity was created with a special purpose. We, too, are a mixture of light and dark. Our bodies, our passions, our fears belong to the kingdom of matter. But our souls, our consciousness, our longing for peace and beauty, that is the divine spark within us. That is the echo of the kingdom of light. And our purpose on this earth is not to conquer or to build great empires, but to participate in a quiet, sacred, and cosmic work, the work of liberation. The story now drifts from the cosmos to the quiet lives of the people who follow this path. You see them in your mind's eye, these gentle gardeners of light. There are the ones they call the elect. They are the ascetics, dressed in simple white robes, their faces serene. They live a life of perfect peace. They would not harm a single living creature, for to do so would be to further injure the trapped light within it. They walk gently upon the earth. Their work is to be a pure vessel for the liberation of light. Imagine one of them, sitting in a quiet, walled garden. The sun is setting, casting long, soft shadows. Before him is a simple meal, a slice of pale green melon. Before he eats, he speaks a soft prayer, a prayer of gratitude not for his own nourishment, but for the light he is about to set free. As he eats the melon, he believes that his body, pure and prepared, acts as a divine filter. The coarse, dark matter of the fruit is separated, while the light particles within it are released. They rise from him like a shimmering, invisible vapor, joining the great ships of the sun and moon on their journey back to the kingdom of light. His every meal is an act of cosmic redemption. His every breath, a prayer of release. And then there are the hearers. They are the merchants of the caravan, the weavers of silk, the people of the world. They cannot live the perfect, ascetic life of the elect, but their role is just as vital. They are the protectors of the gardeners. They provide the food, the shelter, the peace that allows the elect to do their sacred work. Their good deeds, their charity, their moments of quiet contemplation also help to separate the light from the dark in their own souls. They live in the world, but they are not of it. Their hearts turn toward the promise of light's return. The scene in your mind shifts and softens. The desert caravan dissolves, and you find yourself in one of these serene monastic gardens. It is an oasis of deep green and quiet life. A small stone fountain murmurs in the center, its water catching the last rays of the setting sun. Each droplet a tiny, captured star. The air is filled with the scent of jasmine and cool, damp earth. The white-robed elect move slowly through the garden, their footsteps making no sound on the soft paths. They are tending to the plants, their movements mindful and full of grace. They are not merely gardening, they are caring for the imprisoned light. They are whispering promises of freedom to the sleeping sparks within every leaf and every petal. You find a place to rest here under the leaves of a fig tree. The world of struggle, of noise, of effort feels a million miles away. Here, there is only this gentle, purposeful peace, this quiet, collective work of helping the universe heal itself. And you begin to feel it within yourself. The truth of the story settles not in your mind, but in your body. You are also a vessel of this ancient cosmic light. Your very consciousness is a fragment of that divine kingdom. Your body, this beautiful, temporary vessel, is the matter that holds it. And your rest, your sleep, is its own form of gentle liberation. Feel the breath moving in and out of your body, a slow, easy rhythm. With every gentle inhalation, imagine you are drawing in the peace of this garden, the stillness of the starlit sky. And with every long, slow exhalation, imagine you are releasing a single, tiny spark of light from within you. You are not forcing it. You are simply letting go. Letting go of the day. Letting go of your thoughts. Letting go of the weight of your body. With each breath out, a tiny spark is freed. It drifts up and up and up, a shimmering mote of gold, joining the starlight, beginning its long, slow journey home. Breathe in, peace. Breathe out, release. The boundary between the darkness of the world and the light of your soul softens. In sleep, they can be gently separated. The worries of the material world can be left behind, while your spirit, your inner light, is free to return to its source, to bathe in the memory of that eternal, peaceful kingdom. You are a part of this great cosmic story. Your rest is a sacred act. Your peace is a contribution to the healing of the world. You are a keeper of the light. And now, it is time for that light to be renewed. It is time to let go of the darkness of the world and to drift into the pure, restorative light of deep, profound sleep. Feel the shimmering within you, the gentle, peaceful glow of your own soul. It is safe, it is eternal, and it is ready for rest. Drifting now, floating in a sea of gentle light, a quiet garden of peace on a slow, silent journey home. The light within you, that gentle, internal star nurtured in the quiet of the garden, begins to glow a little brighter now. It does not strain, it does not burst forth, but simply expands, a soft, golden warmth that fills you from the inside out. And as it does, the scent of jasmine and the cool touch of stone begin to dissolve, melting away like mist in a morning sun. The white-robed figures, the murmuring fountain, the deep green leaves, they all become part of this gentle, expanding light. You are not moving, but the world is moving around you, or perhaps through you. The light becomes a soft, velvet darkness, a profound and peaceful void, and you feel yourself floating, weightless and secure. And then, a sound so ancient and so soothing, it feels like a memory from before you were born. A soft, rhythmic lapping, water against wood. Slowly, your senses return, not to a garden, but to a place of immense and gentle motion. You find yourself resting comfortably on a long, slender boat, gliding silently down a river so wide and so dark it seems to be a ribbon of polished night itself. Above you, the sky is a breathtaking canopy of stars, more brilliant and numerous than you have ever seen. They do not twinkle, but burn with a steady, silver fire in the dry, clear air. They are reflected perfectly in the water below, so that you feel as if you are floating in the space between two firmaments, suspended in the very heart of the cosmos. A gentle breeze, carrying the warmth of sun-baked earth and the cool, clean scent of the river, drifts across your skin. It is a soft caress, a quiet welcome. The only sound is that gentle, rhythmic lapping of water against the boat's hull, a steady, hypnotic pulse that slows your breathing, that slows your heart, drawing you deeper and deeper into a state of perfect calm. You are traveling south, ever south. The river is the Nile, but not the Nile of the great northern pyramids and sprawling temples you may know. This is an older, deeper stretch of the great river, a lifeline flowing through a land of gold and shadow. This is the heart of Nubia, the kingdom of Kush. You feel no need to question how you arrived here. You are simply present, a peaceful observer on a timeless journey. The boat needs no guide, no oars, no sail. It is carried by the river's ancient current, a current that has carried pharaohs and queens, priests and pilgrims for millennia. You have only to rest, to breathe, and to let the river carry you towards sleep. With each soft breath you take, you feel yourself letting go just a little more, breathing in the calm of the desert night, and breathing out any lingering thoughts, any worries, any cares. They are simply carried away by the breeze, dissolving into the vast, starry silence. The gentle rocking of the boat is a cradle, a lullaby in motion, and you feel your body growing heavier, more relaxed, sinking comfortably into the soft cushions beneath you. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, but here, now, drifting peacefully on this river of stars. After a time that has no measure, you begin to see a change on the horizon. Against the deep indigo of the sky, a series of dark, sharp shapes begins to rise. They are not the massive, broad-based pyramids of the north. These are different, steeper, more slender, like the tips of obsidian spears aimed at the heart of the heavens. They are the pyramids of Meroe, the royal city, the final resting place of the kings and queens of Kush. They possess a stark, silent beauty, a powerful and ancient dignity that speaks of a civilization both unique and profound. Your boat glides towards the shore, its movement so smooth it is almost imperceptible. It comes to rest against a bank of fine, golden sand, which still holds the warmth of the day's sun. You feel a gentle impulse to step ashore, and as you do, your feet sink slightly into the soft, warm sand. The feeling is grounding, comforting. The air here is still and silent. The city of Meroe sleeps under the watch of its ancestral guardians. You walk slowly, effortlessly across the sand, drawn towards the field of pyramids. They grow larger as you approach, their dark stone faces seeming to absorb the starlight, holding within them the secrets of 1,000 years. There is no sense of menace here, no feeling of intrusion. Instead, you feel a deep and profound peace, a sense of homecoming to a place you have never been, yet somehow remember in your soul. You find yourself standing before the entrance to a temple, set apart from the pyramids. Its pylons are massive, carved from dark sandstone, and even in the faint starlight, you can make out the deep-cut reliefs that cover its walls. You feel a gentle pull, an invitation to enter this sacred space. You pass between the great stone walls, and the air immediately becomes cooler, stiller, carrying the faint, dry scent of ancient stone and sacred incense that has long since faded to a memory. Inside, the temple is a space of deep shadows and faint, silvery light filtering down from openings high above. Your eyes adjust, and the carvings on the inner walls become clear. They tell the stories of gods and rulers, of battles and rituals. But one figure appears again and again, a figure of immense and startling power. It is a god with the body of a man, strong and poised for action, but with the head of a lion. His face is not a fearsome snarl, but a portrait of focused, regal intensity. His mane is intricately detailed, and in his hands he holds symbols of kingship and life. This is Apetamak, the lion god, the great god of Nubia, born of this very land. He is not an import from the north. He is the soul of Kush. He is a warrior god, a protector of kings, and a bringer of victory. But as you gaze upon his image, you do not feel fear. You feel the opposite. You feel an overwhelming sense of protection. His strength is not a threat, but a shield. He is the guardian who stands against the chaos of the desert night, the divine sentinel who watches over the sleeping kingdom. You trace the outline of one of his carvings with your eyes. You see him emerging from a lotus flower, a symbol of creation. You see him with 3 heads and 4 arms, a depiction of his immense, all-encompassing power. And in every image you feel that same steady, unwavering presence. It is a quiet promise of safety, a divine assurance that here, in this sacred space, you are completely and utterly secure. You can feel that protective energy filling the temple, a silent, invisible field of peace. It settles over you like a warm, heavy blanket. Let this feeling of absolute safety sink deep into your being. Know that as you drift closer to sleep, the spirit of the lion god stands guard. No harm can befall you. No worry can touch you. You are shielded. You are protected. You are safe. Your awareness begins to drift now, untethered from your physical form. Like a gentle wisp of smoke, your spirit rises from the temple, floating up into the cool night air. You drift south once more, carried on the same current as the great river below, but moving faster now, flying over the vast, silent expanse of the desert. The landscape below is a beautiful tapestry of gold and shadow under the moonlight. You are drawn towards a strange and sacred shape on the horizon, a single, flat-topped mountain rising dramatically from the desert floor. It is Jebel Barkal, the holy mountain, the single most sacred place in the kingdom of Kush. For centuries, this was believed to be the dwelling place of a great and powerful god, the birthplace of all creation. As you draw closer, you can see that the mountain's western cliff face has been weathered by millennia of wind and sand into a peculiar shape. At its peak, a massive pinnacle of rock juts out, resembling the head and neck of a divine cobra, the Uraeus, wearing the white crown of the southern lands. This was no accident to the ancients. It was a sign from the gods themselves. You do not land on the mountain, but simply hover in its immense presence. Here, you feel a different kind of power. It is not the fierce, protective energy of Apetamak, but something far older, deeper, and more elemental. This is the home of the Nubian Amun. You may have heard of Amun, the great state god of Egypt. But here, his identity is different. He is not a god of a distant capital, but a god of this very rock, this very land. He is the creator, the hidden one, whose voice was said to be the whisper of the desert wind, and whose breath gave life to all things. His presence here is not a grand architectural statement, but a deep, resonant hum that seems to emanate from the very stone of the mountain. It is the vibration of creation itself, the fundamental frequency of existence, a steady, unwavering tone that underpins all of reality. Feel this deep, resonant peace settling into the core of your being. It is the feeling of ultimate stability, the knowledge that beneath all the shifting sands of time and experience, there is a foundation that is eternal and unshakable. The creative power of Amun of Jebel Barkal is the bedrock of the cosmos, and you are resting upon it now. Let this deep hum soothe your nerves, releasing any tension you may be holding in your body. Feel it in your bones, in your muscles, in every cell. It is a resonance of pure peace, a cosmic lullaby that assures you that all is well. All has always been well, and all will always be well. You are part of this grand, stable creation, and you can let go completely, trusting in the foundation that holds you. With this feeling of deep, foundational peace, your awareness drifts gently back from the holy mountain, back towards the temples and pyramids of Meroe. You find yourself once again gazing upon the carved stone walls, but now you notice new figures you had overlooked before. You see images of powerful women, queens. They are depicted with the same authority and grandeur as the male pharaohs. You see them wearing the royal regalia, leading armies, and making offerings directly to the gods. These are the Kandakes, the great warrior queens of Meroe. They were not merely consorts, they were rulers in their own right, wielding immense spiritual and political power. You see a relief of a Kandake smiting her enemies, her posture one of effortless command. You see another, her face a mask of serene wisdom, consulting with the priests of Amun. Their presence on these walls is a testament to a different kind of power, a power rooted in wisdom, resilience, and a deep connection to the divine feminine. The stories of the Kandakes are whispers in the stone, tales of courage and leadership that have endured for ages. As you look upon their images, you feel a sense of quiet strength flowing into you. It is the strength of endurance, the wisdom to rule oneself with grace, the courage to face the darkness and find the light. This legacy of the queens of Kush becomes a part of you now, a quiet, inner strength that will support you as you journey into your dreams. And so, your spirit gently returns to your body, which has been resting peacefully all this time. You feel yourself drawn out of the silent temple, back into the warm, open air of the desert night. You find a perfect place to rest, a gentle hollow in the golden sand, still warm from the sun, near the bank of the slow-flowing Nile. You lie down, and the sand conforms perfectly to your body, supporting you completely. The air is soft and dry. The sky above is a vast, silent ocean of stars. In the distance, the steep, dark pyramids of Meroe stand as silent sentinels, watching over your rest. You can hear the gentle murmur of the river, a constant, soothing whisper. It is the sound of time itself, flowing ever onward, carrying all things towards peace. You close your eyes, and you can feel the three great spirits of this land settling around you. You feel the fierce, protective presence of Apidamak, the lion god. He is your guardian, his strength a shield around you, ensuring your sleep is deep and untroubled. You are completely safe. You feel the deep, resonant stability of Amun of Jebel Barkal. His creative hum is the foundation beneath you, a cosmic certainty that holds you, assuring you that you are a cherished part of this universe. You are completely supported. And you feel the quiet, resilient wisdom of the Kandakes, the great queens. Their strength is within you, a calm confidence that allows you to release all control and simply be. You are completely at peace. With every slow breath you take, the warm sand seems to cradle you more deeply. With every gentle exhale, your body lets go a little more, sinking into a profound state of relaxation. The night is vast, the silence is deep, the river flows on. There is nothing left to do now but to drift, to float away on this dark, gentle river of sleep. Let the murmur of the water be the last sound you hear. Let the warmth of the sand be the last sensation you feel. Let the feeling of absolute safety be the final thought that guides you into your dreams. Drifting now, deeper and deeper, south of the sun, into the deep, quiet heart of the night. The gods of ancient Nubia watch over you. The pyramids stand guard. The river sings its endless lullaby. Sleep now, sleep deeply, sleep in peace. Here, beside the gentle, slow-flowing Nile, you rest. The warm sand, still holding the memory of the sun's long journey, cradles you in a perfect hollow, a soft and peaceful embrace. Above you, the sky is a vast and silent ocean of deep, velvety indigo, so clear that the stars are not mere points of light, but brilliant diamonds scattered upon a cloth of infinite darkness. In the distance, the steep, dark silhouettes of the Meroe pyramids stand as ancient sentinels, their sharp angles softened by the night, guardians of 1,000 sleeping kings and queens. The only sound is the quiet, rhythmic whisper of the river, a sound as old as time itself, lapping gently against the shore. A soft, lulling shh, shh, a timeless lullaby. The air is cool and dry, carrying the faint, clean scent of sand and distant water. You feel profoundly safe here, deeply protected, held by the ancient land, and watched over by the silent, benevolent stars. With every slow breath you take, you feel yourself sinking deeper, deeper into the warmth of the sand, deeper into the peace of this sacred night. Your body feels heavy, wonderfully heavy, and completely at rest. And as you lie here, on the edge of the deepest sleep, a gentle change begins to occur. It is so slow, so subtle, you barely notice it at first. The warm, golden sand beneath you begins to lose its texture, its form, transforming into something softer, lighter. It begins to shimmer, each grain becoming a tiny, distant star. The ground beneath you is no longer solid earth, but a soft, supportive nebula of starlight. You are floating now, weightless and secure, held in a cosmic cradle. The great river Nile, that patient, life-giving artery of water, also begins to transform. Its dark, flowing current broadens, widens, until it is no longer a river of water, but a vast, slow-moving river of time itself. Within its shimmering, transparent depths, you can see faint, dreamlike images swirling, a torchlit procession in the Grecian dark, a lone figure tending a fire in a desert temple, a feathered serpent taking flight into a jungle sky. The pyramids on the horizon soften and dissolve, their sharp lines blending into the forms of distant, universal mountains of memory. Great, silent peaks that have witnessed the dawn and dusk of 1,000 ages. You have drifted from a single place in time to a space that holds all places, all times. You are floating in the great library of human dreaming, a quiet, peaceful void where stories sleep. And all around you, the echoes of your journey begin to sing a soft, harmonious chorus. You can feel it now, a subtle coolness in the air, carrying the rich, earthy scent of a freshly harvested field of wheat and the deeper, damper smell of a hidden, subterranean chamber. It is the memory of Eleusis, the promise of life's return whispered in the rustling grain. A feeling of profound homecoming washes over you, the secret knowledge that even in the darkest descent, the path always leads back to the light. You feel the cool weight of a pomegranate seed in your memory, a taste of the underworld that promises a future spring. And then, a gentle warmth brushes against your skin, steady and pure. It is the warmth of the eternal flame from the Persian temple, a light that is not born of wood or oil, but of pure truth, of You can feel its cleansing heat, its unwavering presence, a symbol of the divine order that hums quietly at the center of the universe. The feeling is one of perfect balance, of a spirit cleansed by fire and water, centered and calm in the face of cosmic struggle. The warmth is a comfort, a reassurance that light is always present, even when surrounded by shadow. A new scent drifts through this timeless space, the humid, living perfume of a jungle after rainfall. You can feel the damp air on your skin, hear the distant, musical call of an unseen bird, and see the silver moonlight filtering down through a canopy of colossal leaves, dappling the mossy stones of a forgotten pyramid. It is the breath of the Mesoamerican world, the dream of the feathered serpent. You feel the cyclical nature of its story, the idea that creation is not a single act, but an endless, beautiful dance of sacrifice and artistry. There is no end, only transformation, a universe breathing in and out, like the slow, deep rhythm of your own sleep. The air grows cooler again, misty and clean, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth and the faint, briny tang of a distant sea. You feel the immense, silent presence of the northern fjords, the deep, ancient magic of the Vanir. You can almost see the faint, shimmering colors of the aurora borealis painting the celestial canvas above you. Soft greens and gentle violets dancing in perfect silence. It is a feeling of being connected to the raw, untamed forces of the earth, the wisdom of the soil, the magic of the forests, the quiet power of the ancient stone giants sleeping beneath the mountains. It is a deep, grounded peace, a feeling of belonging to the wild and beautiful world. A sweeter, more delicate fragrance joins the others, the soft, intoxicating scent of jasmine on a moonlit night. You feel the profound serenity of a monastic garden, the gentle, meditative peace of those who sought to release the trapped particles of light from the material world. It is the beautiful, poetic dream of Mani, a story of compassion and gentle liberation. You feel your own inner light, a tiny, precious spark, and with every exhale, you feel it growing brighter, calmer, joining a universal chorus of light that stretches from the heart of Rome to the farthest reaches of the Silk Road. You are a keeper of the light, and in your rest, you help it find its way home. And finally, you feel again the foundational warmth of the Nubian sand, the slow, majestic presence of the great river, the protective gaze of the lion god Apetamak. It is the feeling of a powerful, resilient spirit, a kingdom of gold and bronze that held its own unique place in the grand tapestry of belief. It is the strength of the Kandakes, the warrior queens, and the deep, syncretic faith that saw the divine in both the familiar and the unique. It is a feeling of sovereign peace, of deep history, of a story that deserves to be remembered, held gently now in the quiet of your dreaming mind. All of these echoes, the wheat field and the fire temple, the jungle and the fjord, the garden and the desert, they are not separate memories anymore. They are flowing together, weaving a single, beautiful tapestry. They are the threads of a story that has been told for millennia in 1,000 different tongues, by 1,000 different cultures, all trying to answer the same quiet questions of the heart. And at the heart of these stories are the dreamers. The gods you have met are not truly lost. They have not vanished. They have simply changed their form. They are sleeping now, dreaming in the very bedrock of our world, in the stone of the mountains and the memory of the sea. Their stories have become the soil from which new myths grow. Can you feel her now? The Great Mother. She was Demeter, grieving for her lost daughter, teaching the world the sacred rhythm of the seasons, the sorrow of winter and the joy of spring's return. She is the earth itself, the one who reminds us that all that is lost will one day be found, that every ending is the seed of a new beginning. Her spirit dreams in every field of grain, in the patience of a seed buried in the dark soil, waiting for the sun. She is the quiet promise of renewal that you feel as you sink into the restorative darkness of sleep. And can you hear him? The Sky Father, the great principle of order and light. He was Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, whose eternal truth stands against the chaos of the lie. He was the distant, creative breath of Amun, shaping the world from the primordial waters. He is the vast, silent expanse of the night sky above you, the predictable and comforting wheel of the constellations, the universal law that holds everything in its place. His spirit dreams in the light of the stars, in the quiet certainty of the dawn that will follow this long and peaceful night. He is the sense of order and safety that allows your mind to finally let go. And do you see him? The wise creator, the bringer of knowledge. He was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the god of wind and wisdom, who descended into the underworld to retrieve the very bones of humanity and breathe life into them with his own sacrifice. He was Mani, the prophet of light, who envisioned a universal story that could unite all peoples. He is the spark of creativity, the flash of insight, the enduring human quest for meaning and understanding. His spirit dreams in every work of art, in every line of poetry, in every scientific discovery that peels back another layer of mystery. He is the gentle curiosity that has guided you on this journey, and the wisdom that knows it is now time to rest. These archetypes, these great dreaming figures, they are our mythological inheritance. The fierce, protective spirit of the lion god Apetamak lives on in every story of a valiant guardian. The primal, untamed power of the Jötnar lives on in our tales of wild nature and its awesome, untamable beauty. The journey of the hero twins into the Mayan underworld of Xibalba is retold every time a hero descends into darkness to confront their fears and emerge transformed. The names may change, the rituals may fade, the temples may crumble into dust, but the stories never die. They are too essential, too deeply woven into the fabric of who we are. They are the ancient rivers that have simply changed their course, their life-giving waters now flowing through new landscapes, carving new canyons in our modern imagination. Think of the stories you know now, the grand tales of fantasy told not around a fire, but on a glowing screen. A hero with the soul of a dragon, exploring the ancient lore of a forgotten empire, piecing together the history of sleeping gods and divine conflicts. Is that not the echo of Persia, of Nubia, of the Norse myths, all singing in a new key? The lore of, written in the language of code and pixels, is still a conversation with the dreamers in the stone. Think of a group of young heroes on a quest to save their world from an all-consuming darkness, their final fantasy hinging on the power of light, friendship, and sacrifice. Is that not the dream of Mani, reborn? Is that not the journey of the Eleusinian initiate, seeking salvation and a blessed afterlife? These modern myths are the new temples, the new sacred texts. They are the vessels that carry the old water. The gods of ancient worlds are not lost. They are dreaming in our video games, sleeping in the pages of our fantasy novels. their archetypal faces looking back at us from the silver screen. They are the reason these new stories feel so resonant, so timeless, so true, because they are whispering a language our souls have always known. And you, as you drift now on this cosmic sea, you are a part of this endless story. The human need to tell stories to explain the world, to comfort ourselves in the long, dark night, is as old as our species. It is a sacred and unbroken chain, stretching from the first artist who painted a bison on a cave wall to the last programmer designing a mythical world. And you are a link in that chain. Your own life is a story. Your dreams are myths in the making. And your rest, your deep, healing sleep, is a sacred ritual, a quiet communion with all the generations of dreamers who came before you. Feel the profound, peaceful connection to this vastness. You are not small or alone. You are part of a grand, sweeping narrative of human consciousness. You are an inheritor of all this wonder, all this magic, all this deep and quiet wisdom. And now, it is time to let the stories fade into the background. It is time to let the analysis cease. It is time to simply be. The river of time slows and slows until it is a perfectly still, silent lake of glass. The starlight around you softens, the brilliant diamonds dissolving into a gentle, ambient glow like the last embers of a dying fire. All the voices of the gods, all the echoes of their worlds, are growing quiet now. They are receding, leaving behind only a feeling of immense peace, of deep contentment, of utter and complete safety. There's nothing left to do, nothing left to learn, nowhere left to go. You are simply here, floating, resting, breathing. With every slow breath out, release the last vestiges of your waking thoughts. Let them drift away like smoke from a cooling ember. With every gentle breath in, draw in the deep, silent peace of this timeless space. Your mind is quiet. Your body is heavy and still. Your spirit is at peace. You are joining the dreamers in the stone. You are becoming part of the great, silent story. You are sinking into the deep, dark, nourishing soil of sleep, where all things are renewed, where all things are made whole again. Let go now. Drift. Sleep. Long pause. Sleep now. Long pause. Deep, peaceful sleep. Long, final pause before complete silence.